Yeah, yeah, super fan confirmed. Elite member. Hang on, my glove all twisted. How are you doing? Good morning, Morgan. Morgan. How are you? I'm surviving, doing some painting. Very nice. Very nice. Survival is all we can hope for at this point. Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. Doing good. Looking forward to painting this week. Got your brown juice, yeah. Got my coffee, and ready to rock. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. All right, we're gonna get into the warm up. Castonia, no. Yep, superfan status has passed over to Devon. So it's a shame. It's a shame. Got to be quick. You got competition. Yeah. So warm up today. Warm up today. Is the material that I'm going with is Ponamu, which is it's jade, but from New Zealand, and it's kind of like the sacred stone of the Maori, who are the native inhabitants of New Zealand, and the Maori will wear a carved ponamu, as a necklace, and yeah, it's kind of like a sacred stone, um, and yeah, it's very important to the Maori, and New Zealanders in general, um, and yeah, I was actually gifted one by my wife's dad, um, uh, as a welcome to the family, kind of thing. So yeah, it's very cool stone. As you can see, it's got all these kind of like flecks and markings in it. If you shine a light through it as well, it's like really intense green. Not on this one, but in some of them, like this, you'll get like these little white flecks in them, sort of like this, right? And if you have the white flecks in the stone, I believe it's meant to sort of symbolize like ocean birds in the sky, and therefore it is meant to bring you luck when traveling over the oceans. Because obviously the Maori were like a seafaring people when they found New Zealand, and so this was an important thing. But anyway, the one that I have has these little white flecks in it, so I always wear it on airplanes, so that I have guaranteed safe travels over the sea. So yeah, I thought I'd do the warm up dagger, the daily dagger, out of Ponamu today. But I was going to do throwing knives because I do kind of like the sort of the wrapping with the string, and I was like, oh, that'd be kind of cool if you imagine like little throwing knives, and that's the sort of the wrapping around the handle, and they're carved. Yeah, so there you go. So I'll make a start on that. And then I got a brand new environment that we're starting today. So we'll get into that. It's gonna be very cool. I mentioned it last week what it was, but we'll get into it. I also wanted to mention. I'll do it in a bit when more people are here, I guess. Yo, Mel, what's up? How's it going? Mel in the house. Mel in his house. So yeah, I actually have painted this kind of stone before, or at least like jade, but it is a jade. So, but yeah, I painted it for a Mythgard card back a number of years ago. Mythgard is like a digital TCG. That I did some work on a number of years ago, and yeah, I had to paint like a card that was showcasing a particular weapon from the universe in sort of a gallery of other weapons. It was sort of like a showcase with the other weapons from the game as kind of like Easter eggs in there, and yeah, they were on sort of jade pedestals. So I've painted it before. It's not like too difficult to paint, really. You know, whenever I'm looking at a material, I try and separate how the light works on top of it from the material itself. So in this case, like, it's not helpful for me initially to look at the reflection of the light source here, but more to just look at this kind of area that and try and sort of break down this. And like, it's, you know, it has these flecks in it, and it's, you know, essentially a kind of a cloudy stone with a little bit of, yeah, sort of detail inside. And that's basically what I paint initially. I don't concern myself with the lighting or anything like that. And then, you know, the light can sit on that. This also means that I can sort of separate the surface of the material from the lighting, and that tends to mean that you have a bit more freedom to kind of paint. I think it can get very, very confusing very quickly if you introduce like the specular value into the piece, and as you're trying to paint the material, because it just gets mixed up with everything else, and before you know it, you really kind of like muddied the values and so on. So it's basically sort of having flat colors, but you're doing the texture and everything as well. And in this way, when you come to add the lighting in here, it's a lot easier, I find. Yes, it also enables you to sort of have control of everything the whole time. Like if I am good about the layers and the surface, I can make certain parts of it darker later on. I can take some of these marks out, etc. And I'm not overly. I'm not doing anything destructively, I guess, which is nice. You can keep a very fresh appearance like that. So, what's everyone been up to? I feel like I've not watched a movie in like a few weeks, and I'm getting desperate. I need some movie recs. So on Thursday this week, what did you say? I started Sherlock. It's an old TV series. You've probably seen it. Was it a UK show? I'll have a look. Oh, you watched Begonia. It wasn't bad, but it's not for everyone. Oh, yeah, cool. Nice. I do want to watch that. Yeah, the UK one, with Benedict Cumberbatch. Yeah, okay. I know who you mean. Yo, a game of draws. Good morning. Welcome. So yeah, I was going to say, on Thursday this week, I'll be streaming, obviously, but it's going to be a paintovers and critiques stream for all of you viewers. So if you would like to have your work reviewed, one piece of work reviewed on stream on Thursday this week, if you aren't already, like, join the Discord, which is like linked on the Twitch page, and in the Critical Thinking Crits channel, add your artwork. I've written a post in there so you can have a look, but basically add an artwork, tell me what your intentions are with it or what you're struggling with, and yeah, on Thursday we will get into those. I have a couple already. Pardon me. I also have a couple from my mentoring server, So I've already got 4 entries. So there's still room for more. And yeah, Thursday's stream will be kind of dedicated to those. In the beginning, I will still do like a warm up, but then we will get into those. So that should be pretty fun. Looking forward to it. That kind of thing. I really like seeing what everyone's up to and like trying to help out with certain things. As of all of those, whatever PSD I create in that session, I will send it to you in the Discord or in Discord, so you can download it afterwards for your own reference, etc. So hopefully that's helpful to you. And then obviously the VOD for the stream will be available. I appreciate it's maybe a bit nerve-wracking having your stuff critiqued on stream. Don't worry. It's I'll be kind. But yeah, I just want to try and help anyone out if they are struggling with a certain thing, whether it's materials or the composition or whatever it is. So yeah, if you would like to do that, just add your stuff in there. If I end up with like a million of them, I obviously won't be able to get through all of them in the stream. So it's really going to be a kind of a first come first serve sort of thing. So the people that have already submitted, you guys are guaranteed a look in. And obviously it just depends on how many I get from now as to how many we'll get through. Hopefully we can get through them all. But yeah, just submit one piece that you'd like help with, and just a little bit about the actual thing that you're looking for help with in there specifically. Is it something where you would like to sort of me to critique sort of what's there and try and help improve specifically, from the point at which it's at right now, or if it's something where it's like, the sort of design as a whole, the composition as a whole, and you want me to help out in that respect. Just give me some information. Don't just post an image and say nothing about it. But yeah, so that'll be Thursday, slightly different from usual. And if we get through them all, I can still just go through some other things, maybe show you some different ways to set up studies for particular things, or we can also go over just questions that we get live that people might have regarding the stuff that's already been shown. So yeah, should be a good one. Excited for it. Yeah, no, it'd be good. Like I said, it is some of my favorite stuff to do. It's always interesting seeing what people come up with, what's currently in their mind. I started listening to a new audiobook last night. My cousin recommended me one. We quite often send each other sci-fi stuff back and forth because we're both into sci-fi books. And yeah, he sent me one yesterday, the audiobook, and he was like, dude, you're gonna love it, get into it. So I started listening to it last night, and yeah, he's correct. I was already like hooked within the first chapter. And it's a short audiobook. I'm not sure if there is a print version, you'd have to check, but it's definitely audiobook. And it's called There Is No Anti-Memetics Division. And yeah, it's very good. I'm only like a couple of chapters in, but I'm already hooked. Yeah, kind of sci-fi horror. And yeah, it's hard to describe, I guess, but it's kind of like about an organization that is there to sort of categorize and shield the public from anti-mimetic entities, and it's really good. Yeah. So an anti-mimetic entity would be sort of like the opposite of a mimetic entity, so like a meme, right, or something in the cultural zeitgeist that proliferates through spreading. So hence memes are called memes because they are mimetic. But an anti-mimetic entity would be something that actually has the opposite effect. So it basically is like self-deleting from memory, and these sort of anti-mimetic entities are something that would like prey and feed on the memories of people. And essentially, if you come into contact with an anti-mimetic entity, you will soon like forget. You soon stop making memories, and so on, and like eventually, it's sort of like dementia in a way, I guess. Slowly your memories and stuff would be consumed, and you would have no like memory of anything. And yeah, it's very good. The book kind of starts just straight away getting into it, with the sort of explanations and so on. So it's just really good. I feel like it's going to be a good like sci-fi romp, especially if you're into that, which I know I am. I do love sci-fi. It would make a good film for sure. I could see I feel like it would be pretty cool. Very off the wall. Yeah, I won't spoil anything that I've read in it so far, because like I said, the first couple of chapters, like immediately I was hooked, and I was like, oh, this is sick. And it's just sort of kicks off in a exciting way. there's almost like a slight feeling of like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy about it, because a lot of these entities kind of need explaining, and they sort of get explained through that's a similar sort of exposition that you get in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy with the book. There's essentially a lot of like data entries about some of these mimetic entities that characters have to interact with. So there's like some exposition that comes in the form of essentially like a database entry, which is quite good. So yeah, check it out if you're into that kind of thing. But yeah, it's interesting because obviously, the word meme seems to have taken off, obviously, in like the modern lexicon. But a meme is not just like a dumb picture with a silly caption on it. A meme is something that is like, in a way, like self-replicating in the mind and can be passed on from person to person. So, a catchy tune, for example, or a phrase, or a learnt behavior. All of these can be considered memes, right? They like briefly mention in the book that one of the things they have locked away in the memetics division is this like insanely catchy song that has like led to people committing suicide, because it basically causes like perpetual earworm, where people can't get the song out of their heads, and that leads to madness and so on. And like this track, they have the track, and it's kind of like locked away in the memetics division, and there's like 10,000 other entities of this kind of origin. But then there's like a whole category of anti-memetic entities, which are these ones that essentially like erase themselves or erase your own memories in certain ways. It's really cool. Okie dokie. So I like when games do that too. Enjoying Expedition 33's audio log system at the moment. Yeah, I like that kind of thing. I think the original Dead Space was good like that. That game was really, really great. But that had some good like audio logs to like expand the story a little bit. And there was a really good game called Soma, which is a very sort of bizarre kind of horror game. Really, really, really good. Really good story. But they had some brilliant audio logs, and that game was very interesting. Lots of it's hard to describe, but it's very, very good. Very, very good. Yo, Len Illustrations. What is up? Welcome to the stream. Len. Thinking which way I want the light to come in from this. Okay. Hello, I see prop design. I follow. Hello, yeah, we do at the beginning of the stream. For now, I'm doing like a dagger a day, so we do a different dagger with either like some kind of narrative aspect to it, or just a material study wrapped up in a dagger design. So yeah, today we're doing like Ponamu Jade. As the material, and yeah, we got about 20 minutes or so left of the warm-up today, and then I'll get into what we're doing for the rest of the stream, which is it's gonna be cool. Been watching for 20 minutes, forgot to follow. Don't worry, you've done it now. You're safe. Well, yeah, this and past streams are all on the YouTube channel. If you check out the beginning of at least the last 4 or 5 streams, you'll see different daggers, different materials. So not just this one, but I think. Yeah, with the materials, I try and break them down into what the surface looks like, and then what are the sort of light properties that the sort of its reflective properties under light. If you can sort of separate those two things out from each other, I think you'll find it a lot easier to kind of look at any material and kind of break it down. I wouldn't like mix up the lighting with the surface too much. Would be my tip for that. It's that it's very easy to do so, and then you can just really muddy up the appearance of things very quickly. Yo, Patrick, what's up? Welcome. What I mean is, like, essentially, I've got the object here basically without lighting. It's just sort of as if it was lit by such a diffused light that you're not really getting any specular or anything like that. It's like the matte textured version of it. And then the lighting is applied separately on its own layers. And this means that I can separate what the thing looks like from its lighting, and therefore like work on the texture of it separately. And this, I feel, gives you a lot of control over it, but also kind of teaches you two things. Like, it teaches you to sort of break down the abstract kind of material itself, and then think a little bit kind of separately about how the light reacts with it. And this, I think, is a way that I've found really helps me with materials and lets me do them quickly. So cool seeing it come to light this fast. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of why I do it this way as well. It's just very quick to get the impression of something down like this way. And it's all modular as well. Like, let's for example, if I take like the lighting off, this pattern on the top, is something separate from the texture underneath it. So if I want to put in any more of these flecks, or say like a crack through this or something, none of it is done in a way that is going to make it difficult to pull apart again. So it just leaves it quite open to mess around with. So I'm aware that this stone has like a little kind of translucency to it. I'm just trying to kind of get an impression of that, where the lighting sort of blooms on it. But yeah, say if I wanted to put like a sort of a crack through this, like and take the lighting back out, make a new layer here, and say there's like a sort of a crack that runs through the inside of it. Say something like this in there. Like I can add that and then go sort of up through the layers again. Sort of pick out some edges that are going to grab the light a little bit and so on. And it's just a very easy thing to adjust because it's not flat and the lighting is something separate. So it just makes your materials kind of very editable all the way through. Yeah, something like this. And it's not sort of overly difficult to do so. Whereas if the lighting is all baked into the texture, then you can't do that so easily. You ruin the effect quite a bit. For a whole illustration. Yeah, well, I'd do it for whole illustrations. At a certain point, you can flatten stuff down and it's not too big. But for when I set up characters, for example, this is pretty much what I do for the entire character. At least in the beginning. And once that's been okayed and, we're happy with, okay, the lighting's coming from this direction, these are the big shapes, whatever, that all gets flattened down for the most part. And then, you continue painting on top of that. If you've got an illustration with, let's say a character fighting some other characters, and a background, it's very easy to set it up this way, and it doesn't become too big. Also, when there is something like that, there's a big scene going on with lots of characters, I just take all of those characters as a smart object out into a separate file, so that I can look at the scene as a whole, all together. But when I'm painting on like that particular character, they're separated, so I don't have to open up like a file that's 10,000 or 18,000 pixels wide and paint inside of that. I'm working on a file that is a smaller portion of that is linked to that main file, so that when I save it and I go back and look at the main one, all those changes update, and that's much more efficient way to work on those kind of things, especially because I work on a laptop. A 10,000 pixel file doesn't need that many layers to start getting up into the gigabytes, and so on. So yeah, that's why it's dead handy as well, to have this in the view panel set to, like, give yourself a shortcut here for flip horizontal, and that's why I can flip the canvas insanely quick, instead of, if I press, well, I'll probably still do it quick because this doesn't have many layers, but if I actually click flip canvas, you see that small loading time. Well, imagine obviously you got tons of if I got tons of layers, flipping the actual canvas, that can brick Photoshop sometimes. But if I just flip the view, I can at least see it the other way around. The only thing you got to be aware of with flipping the view, like this brush for me, for example, looks like this way around. But obviously, if I flip the view and do this, you see how that looks different. I'm only flipping the view. I'm not flipping the canvas. So some brushes behave differently. This way around, this brush is quite sort of clean at the edge, I guess, and like has a more solid appearance to it. But when I flip the canvas this way, it's much more broken up and kind of textured. So some brushes you'll find just don't work as intended when the view's flipped. Other things, it's not really a problem, like this sketchy round brush, fine this way, flip view, same again. Like there isn't any sort of inherent direction or anything that is influencing the brush. So just to be aware of that, because this soft sketch thing, I use this to render all the time, and therefore if I'm rendering with it, I either need to flip the canvas to do that, or flip my view back this way. Or sometimes I'll rotate the canvas enough that I can get that thing properly, and therefore avoiding the flip view. But flip view is super handy. You just have that set to a button. And it will tell you if you're flipped, right? Currently, right now, I'm unflipped, and therefore there isn't a check mark. But if I flip it with the button and then I have a look, it has a check mark next to it. So I can tell, oh, okay, I'm the wrong way around. Because sometimes I'll work on something long enough or flip it around enough that I actually can't remember which way around it is. And I'll be like, oh, why is my brush behaving badly? I'll look up here and I'll be like, oh, yeah, okay, it's because I'm flipped. So, yeah. Alrighty. So that's pretty much here with the warm up. If you use Navigator, it doesn't flip. What do you mean? Explain me. Happened to me a few times, adding the signature at the end. Oh no, it was flipped, and now I have the Navigator always open to see the right one. Oh, okay, the little Navigator window up here doesn't flip. Okay. Gotcha. I had never realized that. The more you know. Yeah, I've done that before as well with the signature. Although my signature, it pretty much looks the same backwards. I'll show you. It's not perfect, but it does pretty much look the same backwards. If we see here. It's not too much different forwards and backwards by design. So it's quite easy for me to post it backwards and not realize. Okay. Time for me to flick the kettle on briefly. All right, give me one sec. All right, so today's the start of a new environment illustration, and what I wanted to do was kind of like an image with very, very tight value range, very, very moody, and it's going to be essentially like a witch's hut, or like a witch's sort of house or hut in the swamp. And it's going to be sort of quite symmetrical, not a mirror image of itself, but like a fairly symmetrical composition, because I want it to feel a little bit strange and kind of designed, almost like, it's like your view is being kind of messed with kind of by the witch, you know. So it's the image should have like a fair amount of symmetry in its presentation, which just makes it feel like a little bit uncanny. Yeah, dark moody piece. Yes. Curious how you manage the values with a night shot and still showing distance. Yeah, so this is going to be like a very, very sort of dark and overcast, you know, day. Or not day, like dusk, I guess. So there's going to be very, very flat values for the most part. There's going to be sort of no real hard, direct lighting. It's very diffused all over. So the value range got to be very, very close, very tight. And yeah, there won't even be sort of be quite monochromatic in a way. I'm envisaging it being like mostly blues. So it's going to be kind of like a mangrove swamp with a witch's hut and yeah, lots of like effigies hanging from the trees. You know, animal skulls, bones, that kind of stuff all hanging up. And yeah, it's going to be very moody. Something I was thinking about last week while I was painting the abyss thing. And so that's what we're going to do. So let me just quickly finish making my hot drink, and then I'll come back and we'll make a start on that. Should be pretty exciting. So let's go. Listen, man, it's all highly curated. Music, mood of the picture, you know, we got it all here. All right, so let's get into this. Again, I'm doing 21 by 9. All the other ones that I've done so far on the stream have been 21 by 9. And like when I eventually sort of lay these all out on a ArtStation post and whatever, I just wanted them all the same. So that's why and I like 21 by 9. It's very like very cinematic. So there you go. Get over it. I have made a very rough 3D model of the witch's abode, which I would kind of like paint into and use. If anyone's interested, I can show you briefly how this is done in 3D Coat. It's 3D Coat is really, really cool for this kind of stuff. If you're trying to model this, you know, in another 3D program, I think you'd struggle to do it as quickly as you can in 3D Coat, and with the amount of kind of control you have over that. So yeah, if you're interested, I can briefly show you this. I don't want to do like a whole stream on 3D because, like I said, this actually didn't even take me that long to build, but 3D Coat can like be a bit of a pain in the butt sometimes. And if you don't know what's going on in the program, I don't think it's that entertaining to watch. You just be like, what's going on? But yeah, okay. I'll briefly show you how we go about this. So just open up 3D Coat, flashbang everyone with the white screen. So is voxel modeling? Oh, let me change. I've got to change my control scheme. 1 second. change this over to 3D coat. Sorry, I use a razor Tartarus like hand pad, and it's got all my macros on it. So yeah, voxel sculpting, we'll choose this. This is just a cube right now. Okay, and I'll put this on isometric. Okay, so I have a cube, right, on a layer currently. Let me just select a different tool so you can see that. Okay, got a cube, nothing special about this. All right. I make a new layer, so I'm on a different layer here, and I'm going to pick this tool, which is 2D paint. Okay, and let's just make my brush a bit bigger here. 2D paint basically lets you paint, you know, basically in the plane that you're looking at. Okay, but it needs some geometry to base this on. I can turn that geometry off. Okay, but you need some geometry to essentially base what the plane that this is on. There are ways you can like pick the plane differently, but this is kind of easier. And if you right click on the plane, and I do this now, you see I'm now painting on this plane. And if I go here, I right click here, and I do this, and now I'm painting on that plane. If I turn that square off, you know, I'm essentially making 3D geometry, but I'm scribbling, right? So to make that witch's hut, instead of using a square, a cube here, let's turn that off. I will make something. I'm going to open up primitives. I'm going to click on this this profile up here, which just looks like a vase of some sort. And this is basically like a lathe, right? Imagine a lathe kind of tool. So this is my like piece of wood that's on the lathe, and basically I can sort of choose how to cut into it by moving this profile. So, you know, I was doing something like this. I can right click any of these as well to turn them into a right angle, right? But you can see what I'm doing. I'm essentially, this profile is like what's been cut into the side of this as it's spinning, and this creates geometry, right? And you can really go crazy with this. You know, if you just imagine you're spinning this line 360, that's what you're creating. So it's you know, to get this kind of insane shape this quickly in a different program, I don't know how possible that is. I feel like 3D Coat is really good at doing this stuff insanely quickly. So anyway, that's what's going on here. But oh, nice one, Alex. Let me quickly just do that again quick. So primitives, this line, you just click on the line to add a new point, and you right click on a point to turn it into a right angle, essentially. Let's make this a bit bigger. Okay, so the more astute among you might have realized where I'm going with this. But essentially I made a shape like this. Yeah. Hit enter to like send that to the layer. Now it's on its own layer. And then I use that 2D paint tool again, and I right click on the surface and I draw a bit. I turn, I draw a bit, right click, turn, etc., etc. And as you can see, okay, I'm adding geometry to this. Now I basically did this with radial symmetry turned on. So if I go symmetry, enable symmetry, turn on radial symmetry, now it's drawing in 4 directions, right? So this just made it quicker. But essentially I right click the surface to arrange the brush to it, and I can turn my view, right click again, draw a bit more, right click again, draw a bit more, turn my model, right click, draw, etc. And I can also sort of draw in this direction as well, you know, blah blah blah. All this kind of cool stuff. But you can see that's how I essentially made that witch's hut. I turn off that geometry and I have this. So this is like the roof, let's say, right? But what's cool about this is I can further edit this. So even if I was done with this and I was like, actually, kind of still want to mess with the shape of it, I can use the pose tool and I can, you know, mess a bit further with this in kind of any way I like, add a bit of a twist in it, you know, and select bits and keep pulling them out even further, and so on. It's super easy tool to kind of understand. In that sense, I can make this wider, you know, do something like this, you know, turn that geometry down a little bit, you know. So there you go. Very cool. So that's basically how that witch's hut is created in here. I was also messing around with, let's see, I can show you. Open recent witch swamp scene. Yeah, don't save. I was also making some trees, but I was actually like, so I made some trees in here. But I'm actually just going to paint the trees, I decided, because I couldn't get the exactly the shapes that I wanted. And also within the composition itself, there's so many things that if I just left it up to 3D to be there, it wouldn't be right. So, and this is, yeah, the witch's hut that was made for this illustration that I'm about to go into, using that exact method that I just showed you. So yeah, very simple. Didn't take very long at all. And these trees don't take long. There's a literal tree tool that lets you create your own custom trees very quickly. But like I said, I'll turn the other trees on that I've got in here. These are all cool and they're nice kind of references, I guess. But I think it's just easier to paint them, to be honest, and get exactly what I want shape-wise. So that's why we're not going to use those and just use the hut instead. All right. So 3D coat time over. Quit. So all I've done here is I took a screenshot out of 3D coat. I actually don't really need anything more than this to go forward with. And change my control scheme back over. Back to Photoshop. Okay. The other thing is, this is kind of the color range that I'll be using a bit later on. I think we will get to the point where it's basically going to be in color pretty quick, this illustration. I'll show you how we're going to use that. Yo, Murdochs, what's going on? And then lastly, I have my rough perspective grid in here. I say rough because this witch's hut isn't exactly in the same perspective as the grid. It's like enough there to be kind of useful, but it's not exactly the same. But for the most part, I don't really need the grid. I have a pretty decent understanding of how to do this without the grid, but it is here just to help me with a few things should I get a little bit stuck. And I'm also going to add this horizon line on just a separate layer here. So we see that. And the grid, again, is from Pano Painter, which is here, which is this tool, which I use for sketching and also to set up grids that I then take into Photoshop. There you go. Bada bing, bada boom, setup confirmed. So yeah, let's get into it. So yeah, I said I wanted this kind of symmetrical, right? In a way. There is a sort of symmetry that I want to have to the composition. It's not going to be like Pano Painter app. Yeah, you can use the browser version of it, or for like €20 you can buy the program and just have it for life. It had potential. It kind of needs a bit of work to actually be worth doing anything in. But I do find it very helpful to sketch in. And the perspective tools are very easy to use. So, but yeah. So I don't want like a mirror symmetry to this. This isn't what I mean by symmetry. But I do want a certain amount of symmetry, I guess, in the painting. Enough to kind of make this witch's hut thing in the center kind of the main focus, but also it to feel slightly uncanny, because there needs to be this kind of like feeling of unease about the picture, and I think symmetry can help with that. Symmetry isn't necessarily something that you get a ton of in nature, right? Especially in like kind of a mangrove-y sort of swamp. So when there is a little bit of symmetry there, it can feel a little bit sort of uncanny and unnatural, right? And that's obviously good for this because this is part of the storytelling in this particular image. But yeah, I don't want it to be mirror symmetrical. It's not that uncanny. So yeah, I imagine this when I imagine this sort of witch's swamp house is like it's built up in these sort of mangroves, and that's what's kind of holding the hut up, and that, you know, we the viewer are sort of in this mangrove swamp, kind of wading in it up to our sort of like mid chest, you know, and we sort of come across and discovered this witch's hut out there, and yeah, it should feel a bit sort of like Resident Evil-y in a way, and just sort of like I imagine if this was a film, the person that is wading through the swamp kind of doesn't really know how they've got here. They've been like wading around and maybe following some like weird effigies that are hanging up in the mangroves, and then suddenly they've found themselves here, and they're all a bit sure like how much time has passed, and it's all become a bit clear, sort of like, oh, have I been manipulated into following this path, you know? And there is just a real sort of uncanniness to it. So another little thing I wanted to point out. I'm going to I'll do this in red here. I want to like frame the image. So this is the central point, right? And I sort of want to frame this, that there's lines that kind of frame the main subject here. I'm also going to have some kind of stuff sticking up out of the swamp here that's also going to do this. But yeah, this is what I mean by the symmetry. There's going to be kind of like a tree on each side that is framing the image, and sort of most things are going to lead in. Value-wise, this is going to frame this, and it's just going to feel very sort of closed in, like a, all roads lead to the witch's hut kind of thing. This brush that I'm using, you can see here, is my favorite brush right now. I think for something like this, having this slight texture that wraps the brush stroke is essentially like drawing a cylinder, right? And wrapping lines around it to indicate the form. So this brush is doing that in and of itself, right? It has this kind of a hue jitter, and it has this, almost contouring. And what that does, which is I think better than a flat shape for something like this, is it is essentially giving me an idea of form and depth. If I do this shape like this, you can see that there is the perception that this is kind of like going away from us, twisting, and then like turning up and flattening out again. Okay? And that's because it has this information on the inside. If I just grab a solid brush and just fill that solid shape with that information, you see how we lose that impression to some degree? Like it feels like a flat shape. There's not any depth to it. We can maybe tell that this shape is twisting, but we have to sort of project a bit the three-dimensionality of it. Whereas with this on the inside, that information is visually given to you quite subtly. And it really helps in this sense with these kind of like winding tree shapes to help create this sense of three-dimensionality, which we can use later when we sort of pick up into the render of these some surfaces. Hista, thank you for the follow. So yeah, I've got all these layers out, but all these trees that I'm going to create are on different layers, and I intend for them to sort of frame our main image in a way. Frame our focal point. Like I said, in a sort of symmetrical way, but without being completely mirror symmetrical. Yo, Manifold, what's up? The Jeffster is here. And yeah, I'm not worried about the value of these or anything at the moment. This is just getting shapes down on separate layers that we can work with. Yeah, I saw you posted your Music Man uh, piece. I really like how it turned out, mate. Very cool. It's got a really nice cohesion to it. I really love the design of both characters as well. So really cool stuff there, Manifold. Feel free to link it in the chat as well. It was cool seeing that one develop. Right, give me 1 second. Just got to flick to the camera. Sorry, I just had to I had to unlock my hard drive. Yeah, Manifold, the art station thing. So what I'm doing here is just slightly warping shapes a bit to address something I've mentioned before on stream, which is basically our tendency to draw the same shapes over and over again, just because we're either left or right-handed, or we're sort of more comfortable drawing strokes in a certain direction, and so on. And what this does effectively is, a lot of the time, can make your pieces like quite samey. So we always try and warp a little bit the lines I draw, or the shapes that I draw, just to get that variation back in. It's very easy to draw shapes that are the same all the time. Yeah. So that link that Manifold's posted is his latest piece of work. So I got to see some of this as it was work in progress. It's really cool. It's got a very cool little side character that to go along with the main character. I don't know what to describe him as. He's like a cool little sort of kind of clockwork thing that goes along with him. But he's got some very cool very nicely done facial expressions and sort of animations and stuff. And yeah, very good. Yeah, like an archaic robot. Yeah, exactly. Um, but he's cool. He's very cool. I like him. For actually, like when it boils down to it, quite a simple design. He manages to have quite a bit of personality, which I think is it's just really nice. It can be difficult to do. Yeah, I think it's cool, dude. Cool, dude. Oh god. Oh, sorry. Super itchy eye. This is why I get eye infections. I just constantly touch my eyes. So, as with all of these environments, what I'm trying to do in the beginning is like very general in the beginning, and going more specific as we go along. So I'm just essentially building out a flat shape for these trees, and they're on their own layers. I can even split these ones up. But well, they're okay to be on the same layer, actually. This one may be split off. So these flat shapes I can go back into and edit at any point. I can add more to them, etc., etc. And I will do that as we go further into the image, and so on. But for now, they are sort of placeholders to arrange the composition by, and they are going to help me design the composition as a whole. And then I will quickly be able to sort of transition from these into color, essentially. And everything will be sort of nicely layered and set up from the beginning, which is important for me. It can be quite difficult to transition from black and white to color, and where possible, I like to just try and start in color very early on. So once I sort of have my composition somewhat locked in enough to understand what I'm trying to achieve with it, I always try and just get stuff in color as quick as possible, really. I'm trying to erase something that's not even on that layer. Where are you? Control click. He's here. Got him. What are you drawing? I am drawing a kind of mangrove swamp that has a witch's hut kind of placed up in one of these trees here. And it's going to be a kind of a very spooky illustration overall. That's the plan, anyway. It looks sick AF. Thanks. Well, we're not even. We're just at the very start of this right now. It's gonna hopefully get sicker. Very moody. I'm just trying to sort of suss the composition a bit here. This plane, I'm sort of erasing the bottoms of some of these mangrovey bits. This plane is going to be, like water, like a swamp. So this ground plane that's kind of very flat, it's almost that like us as the viewer sort of in it up to our waists, sort of maybe somewhere between your chest and waist, like quite high up. So we're sort of quite low down, we're looking up, and we're sort of led into this. The idea being this, essentially. I'll keep explaining this because it kind of it's something I'm thinking about as I'm doing it, and it might just seem like, oh, hang on, this has just happened. Like, how has this happened? But it's by design. Okay, basically, I might have the witch even like floating above the cabin in the middle here, but I want this somewhat symmetrical composition, right? And so, this is our sort of main thing. And the way that the composition is arranged is going to be pulling us in here. We have the slope of the cabin, again, that's going to be pointing upwards like this. And we're going to have the sort of witch floating above the cabin here. So I'll just put a stickman here. And then we basically have a lot of leading lines that are kind of somewhat creating a frame within a frame within a frame to sort of make this the picture. So I have these trees that are these mangroves that are going this way and into the illustration, and then sort of twisting and coming out and above us. And that's framing, kind of vignetting this side of the composition. Similarly, this tree is like a little bit further away from us, but it's doing a similar thing where it's like it's going to curl up and away from us and twist out and stuff like this. But this is framing us on this side. So now we've sort of recontextualized the middle. And these ones too are doing something similar where they are also like framing the middle. And again, these ones again are doing this. So we've got this kind of echoing. Wish I could stay. Got to go to work. What time are you streaming till? I'll be streaming for another, 2.5 hours. But the video for this will be available on YouTube. If you check the link below, the YouTube, all of the past streams and this one will be there as soon as the stream's finished, so you can watch it back. But cheers for sticking around. Jewel, hello all. Reporting for Witch Week. This setup looks epic. Thanks. Welcome. It is Witch Week. So yeah, that's basically the sort of the setup with the composition here, is to keep this idea going. This kind of framing of the piece. And I want to do some other things as well in that sense. Which we'll talk about when we get to kind of more set dressing. So this is like general composition stuff, which is why we're doing it in the beginning. We always start general to specific. Start with something, the biggest things first. So the actual layout of the piece being very important. It is a big thing to consider. it is essentially our the roller coaster ride that our eyes are on that takes us into the image. So it's very important, you know, you've got to have an idea of your composition to start with. Very important step. But then, like, from here, what I will then do is essentially sort out the main color scheme for the image. And once that's established, then I can get into a little bit more the sort of next level of shapes. So while we have these kind of tree shapes, we can then sort of start to think about foliage and any sort of set dressing, and make shapes for those. What I mean by set dressing is if the trees are the set, they're the set pieces, like a movie set. They're the kind of the main elements. The set dressing is like everything that goes onto those. So in the case of this image, it would be like, let's say the textures, the moss that's growing on them, maybe like there's fungi growing on these, the kind of witch effigies and stuff that will be hanging up in the trees and all around. I wanted to have some kind of like stakes in the ground, coming out of the swamp, like these kind of stakes that I'll do them on top here. Imagine there's kind of some stakes that stick out of the swamp like this that have, you know, like animal bones and effigies on them, and they're sort of almost leading you into the image a little bit in that way, and setting up like the mood. We'd have like effigies hanging off of the end of this, maybe that kind of stuff. Might alter the shape of the cabin a bit, but then like in all these trees there's going to be like little effigies. Maybe some of these trees have got carvings in them, all that kind of stuff. And that's really going to set the mood, and like, oh, like, you know, this is the witch's house and it's inhabited and it's all kind of spooky, right? But all of that is set dressing. And so it's like going onto a movie set and just being like, well, okay, this is meant to be the witch's place. So like, what's here? How do we do that? And that stuff is a bit more of a secondary consideration, or even a tertiary consideration when it comes to the look of things, right? You don't start decorating the set before the set's built. So first of all, we concentrate on building the set, and then we move on to stuff like that. But because we're going to do it all as flat shapes, like I'm doing with this now, it's super simple to alter as we go. I'm just giving her tree like a little bit more of an interesting shape. Bit more negative space towards the top as well. I think some of the background trees, right, they can remain a little simpler, just so that they don't grab too much attention. But this main tree that the witch has chosen to live in, having a little bit more negative space and so on, just means there's a little bit more visual density going on. And I think that can just help pull the attention there a little bit more. I'm just altering this tree in the background because it was creating a kind of a tangent with the slope of that tree. So don't want that. Also being cognizant of the scaling of things. Trying not to have everything like too thick. It's important to try and go, have things in your illustration that are, quite sort of thick and general. But also to remember to sort of introduce a lot of very thin and small marks as well. You'll find that if the scale of something isn't coming across right, you probably don't have enough variation in like thickness and length and so on in your piece. If everything's very much got similar proportions everywhere, it's going to make it very difficult to approach the idea of scale in a way. So I always try and like eat into my shapes a little bit, erase into them, but remember to just like make the brush super thin at some point and add these much smaller like tertiary shapes to your main shapes, and you will find that they will work a lot better. It won't feel as contrived in its scale. Get the witch hat. But yeah, I do, this brush, MVP right now. I can see why a lot of environment painters always have a brush like this in their arsenal. It just has so many uses, and the visual, the sort of the free kind of form that it gives you is so good for simplifying certain areas and textures. Like, worked with a really awesome environment painter on a few illustrations, and like a real kind of, I guess, like tip that I'd learned just from the observation of seeing their work every day, and like how they're building up the environments is having a brush set where you have specific brushes for specific things, and you have like a small asset library of foliage that you want to add. Not only does it speed up the process, but it really sort of, I don't know, kind of lost my train of thought there. Oh well. But this brush, really great for this stuff. And I think if you have something like this in conjunction with a lot of custom shapes, and some good texture brushes that you're using for very specific things, it can make this process super quick. And really fun. Yeah. So you see the difference, all of these, like, now that I've consciously gone in with a much smaller brush and think about making like much tinier marks everywhere, that wants what was once a very sort of plain shape to a lot of the trees and was feeling like a little bit contrived, I guess, now has much more of a natural feeling to it, but I'm still designing obviously all of the shapes. So it's that mix of like, it's realistic enough to come across as what it's meant to, but it's stylized enough that it has a design and a composition to it. It's not random. And this is why I decided against using 3D here to build the trees out, because I was originally like, oh, I could build a few trees. I could just duplicate them around and so on, and build up the environment that way. But the problem is they're actually in 3D. And so I'm just making like random tree shapes. And yeah, they look like trees. But when I arrange them all in the composition, I don't have anything that's like leading necessarily the way I want it to. And it was just looking like, actually, it would take me 3 or 4 times longer to arrange these trees in the way that I actually want them to be in than it is for me to just paint them where I want them to be, in the exact shape that I want them to be. And that's where it's like, oh, okay, like 3D is good for certain things, but actually in essence, if for the design of the piece overall, it's better to paint it. So like this thing, a little bit harder, I guess, to give the impression of it very quickly because of the different planes of it and like the negative spaces and so on. So I feel like something like this is a good use of the time in 3D, because it took 20 minutes to build this thing, where it would take a bit longer to paint it and still have that same impression. And also get a little bit of form for that. But the trees, it's like, it took me a while to make those 3 trees that I had. And then when I brought them into Keyshot and was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna work them out into something, it was actually a bit of a nightmare. So end up being like time not well spent. So that there are advantages obviously to using 3D to get certain things done quicker, and to sort of help the visual in that sense. But yeah, there really are some instances where it's a bit more of a hindrance and doesn't get you what you want so much. Like one thing I'll always stand by, 3D is amazing if you have like a character with a weapon, or you have something that you're going to be seeing in 3D space, and it has a ton of ellipses. Because I don't know about you, I never get ellipses correct, and if there's like concentric things on a armor design or on a character design that have ellipses, it is a fucking nightmare to get that correct. It's so much easier to just nest a few cylinders in each other, put them in the right angle, and just use that as a guide than it is to try and draw it all out. Like there's really no point in doing it that way. Oh, hang on. Give me 1 sec. One second. There we go. Sorry. So these shapes that are coming out the side of the trees here, I am basically thinking about fungi and mushrooms and stuff growing on them. So I'm just sort of altering the silhouette to have that on all of these. But yeah, quite enjoying the composition so far on this one. Let me take this horizon line. Where is that actually? Control click. There. Do we still need it on? Yeah, we'll put it at the bottom there. Have you tried using Lazy Nizumi for ellipses? I'm pondering if it's worth the money to have that. No, I've never used it. Like I said, I'm pretty like comfortable in my current workflow and the things that I use. So yeah, I haven't used it. Okay, so I have friends who really love Lazy Nizumi. Are they lazy? Yeah, I'm sure it's great and works for some people. But there's a learning curve. All right. So at this point, I can obviously still edit these shapes later if I feel the need to add more to them, just because of the way they're set up. They're very easy for that. Just go in and erase, move, clone them, whatever. You know, I could even add a few more, and I might do that. But what I want to do now is I've got the sort of main composition in there, and now I want to add my sort of main coloring and basically set the mood for the piece. Once I have that done, I can then sort of flatten the image down into its component parts, and then carry on with the set dressing, adding foliage for the trees, and then start working up the mood with like mist and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's gonna be pretty sick. I need to use the bathroom, and then I'll be right back, and we'll continue with this, and I'll show you what we're doing for the next step. Hey, yo. We're back. Got the Huel, not sponsored. All right. So, Alex Heath, more like Alex Huel. Maybe you got to change his Twitch account name so they finally notice. Yeah, that's right, Hashim. I was like, sponsor me, yo. We actually did get sponsored by Huel for one of our events in London, and this was before they made the drinks, and you just got the powder. So we were like giving out the powder, and yeah, we got given so much of it to give away at the events that like we just couldn't give away enough of it, and so we had these powders at my flat for months and months and months afterwards, and yeah, it took me and Dan like ages to get through it all, and we were so sick of it by the end, but that's quite funny. Yeah, Devon's a mass man, a man of mass. Okay, so I've got this colors, right? It's just like some smudgy thing, right? That I like the colors of. And so what I'm going to do, I paint masses. Yeah, lol. I'm going to put this on multiply, and I'm going to put this over. Put this over the illustration at this point. And going to make certain adjustments to these ever so slightly, just with the values of these ones in the background. Something about powdered food that doesn't sit right with me. Yeah, I don't think it's like sits right with anyone really. Okay. So you can see here, this is on multiply. Okay. And it is over the whole image, and it's colorizing everything and giving it some values. Right. Cool. Brilliant. Right. However, it's on top of everything. I don't want that to be the case. The reason being is if it's on top of everything, any painting that I do underneath, I can't color pick values and such. I would have to like jump around and keep turning the layer off, for example, and other annoying things like that. So what I intend to do now is, now that you've seen it, what it looks like here, I'm going to duplicate it a number of times. How many times do I need it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right, I'm going to duplicate it 10 times. Okay, and put them all on multiply. And yeah. Then what I'm going to do is, one at a time, basically take them down. So that one can sit on the bottom layer. This one can sit for this tree. This one can clip in this tree. And so on. Clip each one of these into a layer. Etc., etc. Alrighty. So now I have like the effect of what that one was doing on top, but it's now in each layer. So, you know, all of these pieces are now colored in and of themselves, by themselves, which means I can now add layers to these stacks at any point, and just paint on them normally, which is really, really helpful. Gonna add my little placeholder kind of witch up here. Don't know what she's going to be doing yet. We'll just keep it very simple silhouette right now. Not even going to think about the pose. I'm just putting her there. Putting her there very simply. Okay, fuck it. She's just this for now. Placeholder above. Yeah, and I can flatten these down. Even. Yeah, I think I'm cool with doing that. So I'll flatten all of these into their own thing. Boom, 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 and so on. Obviously, you could do this from the start, right? You could start in the colors. And sometimes I would, and sometimes I don't. And in this particular one, I didn't. But this is quite an easy way to go about doing this kind of thing. I just noticed some of these shapes are kind of bugging me a little bit. Okay, so we now kind of have an intention here with the colors overall. I did want it to be quite a monochromatic piece, and I stand by that overall. And there's just going to be a lot of kind of depth to that, with values and a bit of mist and so on. And we might have some very subtle hue variations that I will introduce into things as I'm painting. Well, I will introduce into things as I'm painting. But yeah, it's going to be very, very moody. Very, very dark. I do have a bit of a fascination with very kind of close value ranges. I just find it something quite pleasing to the eye, but also I think in some ways I also find the restraint quite impressive. In a very sort of tight value ranged sort of picture, and it's always something I really wanted to get to do and emulate, So okay, so now basically we have the image in rough colors. We have our composition roughed out. We also have our composition in a way that is still very much editable. Like I could change any of these trees at any point. For example, if I don't like how this is coming into the image or whatever, I can still, warp my tree and so on, changing the shape and stuff to it. I can also add more to its silhouette. Let's say I want to add something more in here, another root that comes up. All of this is still very much doable at this stage. So again, it just kind of sells the process a little bit more, I guess. Why I like to try and work this way, because everything is editable always. This is good because when you first paint something, you might not get the exact kind of shape or line that you want. And being able to come back and edit obviously makes that great. But also, if I was doing this for a client, this keeps me in a sort of a safe spot for a while. I can deal with the client requests at this stage quite easily. If they want to move a tree, if they want to add more lighting to something or less lighting to something, if they don't like the value or the color of the tree at a certain place, all of this stuff super easy to change right now, and isn't going to be a massive pain to sort out. In fact, it's super easy right at this stage, and that's what I like about working this way. And this is how I tried keep my characters. When I'm doing a splash art, this is, I'm trying to sort of keep things this way until it's time to lock everything down. So yeah, bear that in mind. This is what I'm talking about when I say it's important to have a process. Having a process like this will enable you to tackle things, enable you to tackle subjects when they get a bit more complicated, and enable you to kind of still hit quality even when you're doing things that you've never done before. You can fall back on your process to help you out in a pinch. If you're ever getting a bit stuck, you can go back to your process and be like, okay, well, I just need to build this up from the bottom. I just need to do this in the way that I know how to do it, and build it up that way. It's got me out of a pinch a few times if I'm struggling with an image, to come back to it and just be like, okay, I have the process. I have my lighting on one layer. I have my underlying textures on another, like I was doing with the knife, right? My lighting is separate from my textures. you know? So if I need to change anything, if the material's not quite right, if it needs a different carving in it, if it needs a little bit more, it needs more cracks in it or anything like that, it's separate from the lighting. So that's why this process is really helpful for me to do that. It gives me chances to edit things later in the process. If the lighting and the way that I'd painted it were all together, there wasn't any distinction between those things in terms of the layering. That I have lighting painted on and then I paint over the top of it and then this, that, and the other. Very, very messy process. And if there are things about this that the client wants to keep, but they just want to change like how this light is on it, and I've basically baked this in, I've kind of screwed it. It's impossible for me to get back to what an earlier state of it looks like to change the thing. Whereas this, no problem. This carving on the top, I'll just turn this one off and do another one. And then when I put my lighting layers back on, because it's a mask, I just mask it back with the new shape. Problem solved, I'm trying to bring this process across to environments for me because I know what I'm doing at that stage. So there we go. So I want this image to be very sort of heavy with the mist and the atmosphere and so on. And that's something that I will kind of layer in as we go. But we're now at a point where I want to, still thinking of the image like general to specific. There are some things that I want to sort out, and that is foliage. Bring some foliage into this piece, some like leaves and stuff, which I will do with the custom shape tool and some of the tree shapes that are in Photoshop. And I also want to sort out this kind of like swampy plain at the bottom, so I'm also going to use some custom shapes to give me sort of like, if you like, moss and stuff. Well, not moss, kind of like algae and shit that's growing on the top. So we're going to have some areas that are going to be very reflective because it's the water, and then some areas that are very matte, which will be the sort of swamp goop that's all there. And then we'll get into set dressing, where I'll be adding, effigies, carvings, stakes with animal bones on, maybe there's some like string and like ropes and stuff that are coming from the cabin that have effigies hanging on them that are going to sort of come out and create some depth in the illustration, that kind of stuff. So a lot of extra little things. And at that point, we still really won't have painted anything. I'm just laying out shapes, really. But once we have all of our shapes, then it's the fun part. We can't really mess anything up at that point. We're just adding like a bit of detail where detail's necessary. We're adding like little light effects. We're adding smaller details. We can work on like what the witch is doing above the cabin, how she's floating above it, so on. Maybe there's even a tiny bit of like orange light that comes through some of these holes in the cabin on the inside. So it's like, that's maybe what we saw as we were walking through the swamp, all that kind of thing. So yeah, cool. We're at the more fun bit. Yeah, I'm really in the mood to watch a film with this kind of mood to it. I've seen The Witch, obviously. That's kind of quite dark and spooky. This kind of scene reminds me a little bit of the Evil Dead remake that came out in like 2017 or whatever, with all the branches and stuff. When she gets taken over by the demon, it's pretty nasty. For some reason it gives me... Isn't there a level in like Resident Evil 7 where there's like an old cruise ship that's like all overgrown and stuff in the swamp? There's like a big cruise ship or something that's like out in the swamp somewhere, or it's overgrown. That's kind of got a cool dark mood to it. Witcher 3 Swamp. Alright, sick. Hey, you finished the Bone Castle? Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I was obviously noodling on it, all of the characters in there, but yeah, it's as far as I am going to take it as a sort of a stream image, you know. So I'm just using the custom shape tool right here to create a sort of a bit of a ground plane. I say ground plane. It's not a ground plane as much as it is something growing on the surface of the water. That's going to be a sort of a slight more matte texture. Need foliage with a bit more holes in it, I guess. Yeah, all of the images have been done on stream. I'm going to like post to my Instagram and ArtStation and stuff. At some point, I've just been kind of lazy about doing that, but I will do that. So you can see them. Let's turn my horizon line off. I don't really need that so much anymore. So this stuff that's on the surface of the water here is now like a flat shape. So if I lock the transparency, I can, paint on the inside of it, as you can see, which is handy. And I can add texture to the inside of it, so on and so forth. And this will be basically another shape in here that's going to help us see distance. But it's kind of like matte textured, right? Because it's a little bit of, I don't know, algae and stuff that's growing on top. So this becomes like a little bit more matte, and then the water underneath will reflect the sky. So it can be a little bit lighter. And I'm just adding like a little subtle hue variation in here, introducing some purple into this. Gonna put a lot of subtle coloring um, into this kind of stuff. Just enlivens the palette a little bit, because it is, the intention is for this to be sort of fairly monochromatic in its appearance, right? But a little bit of that hue variation that sort of sits underneath everything else is just going to sort of elevate it color-wise. Just give your eye like a little bit of something that's like vibrating in there. And that's going to look really cool. So the sky's light. Obviously, the water is going to reflect the sky. And it's going to do that more as that angle gets more acute. So something like this, where it's like, as it goes back, it's getting closer to the value of the sky a bit more. And then in the shape itself, this is also going to happen to a certain degree. Let's do it with a texture though. Nice. Is that the witch floating above the hut, or just the quest tracker? It will be the witch, yeah. Quest tracker, I like that. That's funny. That's funny, mate. And then what I'm doing here a little bit is obviously these branches, these sort of mangrovey branches reflect in the water to a certain degree, right? Underneath. Same with these ones at the back. So I'm just sort of indicating a little bit of this. It's not going to be a perfect reflection. So I'm just kind of putting a few of them in here. This is going to sort of ground some of the shapes a little bit. But then I'm going to sort of disrupt those shapes a little bit, because it's like the water's maybe slightly rippling because we're walking through it, or there's like there's been a bit of a breeze or whatever. I don't want it to be like a mirror reflection, basically. So, but that's why I do it on a mask. So it's currently masked out, and then what I can do is take a different brush and like go back in here and cut back into this reflection a little bit in places. And this just sort of breaks it up a little bit and makes it feel a little less like a mirror finish. And then obviously, I keep saying obviously, it's like some kind of new weird tick. There will be some mist and so on that's going to separate the bottoms of the mangroves, if you like, from everything else, and also hide the transitions that are quite hard right now between things. So they'll all get better. So you can see here, we've got that shape, the custom shape, which is this kind of more purpley shape here. And that sits, I'll just do the layers. So we've got the background gradient. Then we have the custom shapes layer, which is just that shape that I laid down. And on the inside of that, I have like a slight texture that's, you know, meant to be sort of the algae or whatever growing on the water. And I also have a little bit of this hue variation where it goes into this purple, and it also goes a little bit into this kind of like green as well. So there's just like a slight bit of hue variation for the eyes. Then underneath that, I just have a multiply layer where I was like darkening basically down the surface of the water a little bit. And then I have the reflection of the sky here. So that's the sky reflection and the mangroves reflection there. And that's basically just a gradient that's going from darker towards us, and it's getting more and more reflective as it goes back because of the Fresnel effect. And that's the sort of the basic setup for the ground plane. There's going to be more stuff over this, but that's essentially the setup, and that gives it that kind of reflection in the water sort of quality, but also that there is something growing on the surface. And I'm using these shapes to sort of give us a bit of flow, but also it tells us a bit about the perspective, because these shapes get very close together the further back we go, and they seem to get larger as we come forward. So we're sort of seeing those foreshortening as they go back. It's just a visual trick to kind of help secure that. What's the plan for the saturation? Will you use some grayer colors at some point, or would that break the strong tinted atmosphere? Yeah, I think there will be like a little bit of desaturation in the mist layers that I introduce into this, a little bit. There is an element of this that, you know, it's meant to be a bit stylized in a way, so that it being slightly higher in saturation is kind of quite nice in that sense. But yeah, it will kind of desat, and then most likely at the end I'll probably also fiddle with it a little bit. You know, fiddle with the coloring and sort of grade it slightly as we go. But
Sandbox time.
now, I mean, I pictured this image so clearly in my head when I was thinking about the way that it looked. And I was trying to sort of think, like, am I just picturing it so clearly because it's literally something else? As in, like, I've seen this scene from a movie. And I was trying to go back to, like, the Swamp of Sorrows and Neverending Story and stuff like that. And, like, yeah, there's elements of it, I guess. But I then was like, I think it's just an amalgamation of, like, of, like, lots of different tropey things that I've seen. And that's why I sort of was picturing it so clearly in my mind, you know? It's just your memory of finding a witch hut in Minecraft. Yeah, probably. Never played Minecraft. Listen, Jeff. Everything is thought out. Everything is planned. No, I tend to like this kind of darker aesthetic for things, and I also really just like kind of miserable string music. So take that as you will. Lieutenant Danny, what's happening? What's news? How are we doing? So I'm using the custom shape tool right here to drop in some foliage shapes, and these are actually default shapes. You can make your own from photos and whatnot. I did go over that in a previous stream, but yeah, these are cool. These are gonna be how we are gonna add some kind of foliage shapes into this image, front to back. And they're just going to be like flat shapes that we can drop stuff on the inside of. And it's a very sort of helpful way to do this on top of our custom tree shapes that we painted. And this is where I'm going to add like ever so slight hue variation in these. Again, with like a textured brush, if I take something like this, hit this color up, go on the color sliders, and just ever so slightly push these sliders around, get a little bit of subtle hue variation in here, and it's just going to again elevate the palette a little bit from being strictly just monotone blue into just having a pinch of other color in there. And like I said, again, when we get to the sort of atmospherics layers in here, all this stuff is going to get very sort of crunched together and restrained a bit more. So at the moment, you know, it will kind of jump out. Everything's going to be like a little bit too hard and a bit sort of jumpy. But we'll sort that all out later. Trust me here. I'm not even in the room. This is a green screen. Yeah, exactly. Yes, good afternoon for me. Do you know that one clip where a streamer addresses the people asking what's in the fridge behind him, and then it turns out to be a cardboard cutout, not even the real fridge? Yeah, like top 10 live streaming moments ever, I think. It's brilliant. I love that. Got more time for art because the government shut down. I have to work from home, but I have nothing to do, so I get more time to art. That's brilliant. Yeah, that's great. And I think you missed this at the beginning of the stream. Thursday will be when I do the critiques and paintovers. So you are on my list Lieutenant Danny of images to help with on that day. If anyone else would like their work critique and or painted over, then please join the Discord link and go to the Critical Crits channel and drop in an image that you would like help with, and just explain in that post as well what specifically it is that you are struggling with in the image and what you would like help with. And then on Friday I'm going to grab all of those together and we're going to do a whole stream of trying to figure out the problems people are having with those images and try and see where we can help. And we'll dedicate a whole stream to that, and then questions that people have as I'm explaining those paint overs as well. But your one, Danny, is very interesting because you bring up a good point, which, or at least a good question, which is how to arrange values to get depth when it's nighttime. And this is it's a pretty interesting topic. So we'll get into that on Thursday. Yeah, that guy, I think he's a fairly big streamer. I'd never seen him before that clip though, Jeff. Might join later. Well, yeah, if you're going to join later because of the time difference, I can just make sure that your one is like later on in the stream, so that you don't miss it. Literally couldn't find any tutorials on YouTube or online, so I'm grateful you're addressing it. Yeah, it's an interesting one, for sure. I think it brings up a lot of kind of cool things to sort of explain, and it is a good question to address. So I think it'll be fun. It's one of those ones where I was like, oh, actually, yeah, I do have to think about this, and actually the solution is quite interesting, so... So I'm just kind of putting these shapes down for now. And then I intend to sort of go back into them and erase parts of them out and sort of bring to light a bit more of the sort of custom trees that I've painted in here. But these are just a really good start for getting some density of foliage down. And then I can, basically work into them to create something more that I'm interested in. But they're going to introduce a nice amount of sort of noise and such in here to work with. And then obviously the atmospheric layers that are going to come in between everything and sort of break this up. Well, homogenize the value range even more, kind of crush it all down. That also is going to really help. Because I said I want a very, very tight value range in this overall. So. So got these shapes in. Now what I'm looking to do is take out some of the information. Still leaving some like nice kind of clearer negative spaces. And let my own sort of tree shapes show through a little bit more, because obviously we just use like a random tree shape, right? But I designed these trees to be part of the composition, so although we're using the foliage from these other things, we still want to keep a certain amount of that, what we'd already designed in there. Especially, well, for all of them really. So we're going to sort of take out some foliage and sort of let the underlying tree shape still sort of show through, and we get a bit of the foliage from the custom shapes in there. And then we knock back basically a lot of the appearance of everything with some atmosphere layers and so on. Kind of really crush all the values together, because still right now things are like jumping out from each other and causing like contrasts that we don't necessarily want in the final appearance of this. Like I want a certain amount of noise from foliage, etc., but it could also be more crushed down, and it's just like the sort of general appearance of foliage and stuff. So I'm just sort of setting that up and then kind of knock it back. Basically want to try and avoid a situation where you're just literally painting hundreds of leaves. And that's why custom shapes is quite nice to kind of put details down. And I'm using this texture brush to sort of do this in the far background, where I can just introduce a little bit of this hue variation back there with this. And it's sort of giving the impression of foliage, but without actually being foliage. It's just more painted. And yeah, it's gonna give us a much more sort of painterly finish in the end. But you know, this is kind of like a dense swamp. I wanted it to feel a bit claustrophobic, and we're still sort of like framing the main point in here, this. So back here, I'm using a lighten layer. The layer mode lighten is very good for crushing values back down. It's basically telling the layers underneath, like, anything that is darker than the layer that I choose, the color that I choose, will become this value. So what you can see is, let's say there's this layer is this dark back here, and you know, this layer is dark, and so on. There's a lot of contrast between like these layers and these layers, but I like the shapes, right? I like the shapes that I have. So with the lighten layer, what I'm doing is I'm choosing a lighter color. So in this case, this lighter blue, and anything that is darker than this lighter blue, when I paint it, will become that lighter blue. So here is darker than that. You see, if I paint over it, I'm now replacing the darks with this, but only those darks. It's not doing it anywhere else for anything else. So it's a really good way to crush values together to a new value. And it's brilliant for this kind of thing. So I can work basically much more contrasty, and then I can push these layers back together. And I'm using a very noisy airbrush to do that as well, so it adds like a lot of texture into it. And now I'm sort of erasing back into that a little bit to bring a bit of value contrast back, but also create these kind of sort of misty shapes that are going to sit as this very far background mist layer. And there's going to be a few of these layers in between, but basically I can erase back into it, bring back a little bit of the coloring from these things, but I lose a lot of the contrast. So before, after, and also what I've done here is very subtly mixed. Let's put it on a normal layer, for example. No, okay, you're not going to see too much of it here, and maybe you can't tell, but there is a lot of subtle like purples and greens in this kind of smoke layer that I've put down. Like if I open up the color picker here, so you see here, there's sort of these bluey greens here. If I sort of do this, you can see that it's jumping up and down between these like turquoises, blues, purples, etc. It's not just all blue. You know, there's subtle hue variation going on in here, and this is, as you can see in this as well, hues, subtle hues. This gives the eye a little bit of something to hook onto. It enriches the palette. And these sort of slight like otherworldly colors that go in here, the sort of the purples and pinks and so on, it's just going to add to the sort of slightly something is off about this swamp. It's kind of the witch's influence, if you like. So we'll do like another layer of it here in front of the witch's hut. And what I wanted to sort of do here is pick a value like this. Go on lighten again. Pick a value that's very similar to the horizon, and then I can melt the kind of the water's edge and the witch's hut tree a little bit together at that point, like make that a lot more subtle than it was. And it's just going to sort of blend all of those values together a bit more. Again, we'll just go a little bit in there with the purple. Yeah, and we'll pull all of this a bit more together as well a bit later when we sort of grade the entire image, sort of get a little bit more of that spookiness going on. Because this is kind of bringing all the values up together, but I still want the image to be quite sort of dark overall, so later on I'll kind of use multiply to sort of darken it but keep that value relationship going. But yeah, because we haven't painted inside of any shapes yet, like all of these are just empty silhouettes right now, essentially. It's still very easy to change everything if need be. There isn't really a part of this that is like difficult to work with if we want to make any changes. Like we could change the shape of the witch's tree, for example. It wouldn't take long at all. It doesn't really upset the balance of the image or anything like that. We could even go in with a few more defined shapes. But yeah, for the mood, this stuff is perfect. Like, not intending for this to be super detailed or anything. It's like, as long as the mood is there and there's a bit of detail to like guide my eye around, like there's really all that I'm looking for to do in this. So it's going to be just very moody. Yeah, and at the end as well, aside from like using multiply and so on, we can also add some noise layers, and that will kind of further crunch everything together, get that kind of really restricted kind of value range thing going. Okay. Whoa. Okay, let me just quickly go and use the bathroom. I'll come back and do some more. Give me a sec. The lag, and you're lagging out. Alright, sorry. I'll be right back. Yo. So. Bit of set dressing time. Let's any of these lighten layers, I'm just going to put on the blue color, and then we're going to turn them off for now. So we'll come back to those. But you can see the effect that those had as well, like of sort of separating everything out and homogenizing it together. Like does a good job. MVP layer mode. So now I'm going to start adding some like set dressing stuff, like some of these like effigies and stuff like that. What's your color legend for categorizing layers? It's nothing super complicated, to be honest. I will do things like, in this case, all the mist will be blue, but sometimes that'll be the sky just because it's blue. Usually, if I was going to go through and do this, like things like the trees, I'll make green because trees, green. I usually just colorize it to be like something to do with it itself. So, you know, trees are green, whatever, that kind of a thing. Nothing really too complicated about it. Yeah, I usually make the perspective grid yellow, as you can see up here. But yeah, there's really nothing like too crazy about it. So these I wanted to be sort of like wooden stakes, if you like, that are sticking up out of the swamp that have been placed in there. And so it depends on the painting. Yeah, basically the content of it. Like sometimes, let's say I've got these layers in between, like these, but they're more of a neutral color, then I'll just make them gray, for example. This is really not any sort of clever system to it. It's just a quick association with something. And I don't do it with everything. It's usually these kind of layers that sit between everything that I'm going to want to turn on and off quite a bit. Those will end up with their own thing. For example, these red stakes, right? I've got them all on one layer right now, but I will probably, once I've painted them, or like the shapes inside of them, I'll split them onto their own layers and put them at where they are, their depth in the image, and I'll probably make them red, just because they're like stand out. But yeah, it's nothing complicated. So these stakes are going to have, like I said, like animal skulls and stick kind of effigies on them and so on. They're not going to be particularly detailed. Where are we? They're not going to be particularly detailed. Like, they are just there to add a bit of like visual interest, and give us something that on a more human scale maybe gives us something recognizable, some sort of scale that we can recognize. Because these swamp trees, they're there, right? We can sort of tell from the size of the leaves maybe how big they are. But something like this, maybe that, it has like a human skull on it, or one of them has like we'll do one with like a ram skull on it or something, something like that. And we can start to recognize the scale of them. And then if I scale this down like here, and I do something similar like there, and then I do something similar back here, blah, blah, we start to get a sense of like how big a person is in here, all the way up to obviously this witch that's going to have somewhat of a recognizable human silhouette. Okay. But again, I'll just do these as silhouettes first, and then, when we come to paint inside of all of these silhouettes, we'll pick up surfaces that are maybe subtly picking up the skylight and so on. That kind of a thing. Again, not super detailed. This will be detailed in as much as like production art is. If example, if I wasn't streaming, I could get this painting done today, as much as I'd want to do it, and this would serve pretty well as a sort of production piece, as it were. Bullcray, thank you very much for the follow. Production art is not super finished, but with the right techniques and stuff, you can get some pretty presentable stuff very quickly. as you see, I'm using this kind of very, I'll zoom in on it, kind of painterly brush. It has a bit of texture. It leaves a little bit of a trace behind. And it's good for these things where it's like, it's indicating a bit of detail, but it's not intention for it to have real detail. I'm not drawing out exactly everything that's on it. It just gives a bit of tooth. Like I said, once I drop a little bit of lighting on these shapes, they will sit really quite nicely and give enough sort of detail that you can work out what's going on, but without really going into painting details, which is something I want to avoid. And I'm just doing them all on one layer right now, but like I said, I will put them in their correct place. Their correct layer order later. But they're just, imagine, you know, this witch has got sort of bones of birds and rats and maybe the odd human bone and stuff like that. And these are sort of stakes that are sticking out of the swamp, and they're just sort of like scattered around. Maybe you've been walking through this swamp for like a few hours and you've seen a few of these scattered around, and now the longer you're walking in the swamp, like the more you see, and they're just sort of getting denser and denser until now you're seeing them like everywhere. And that's when you see the witch's hut above the swamp, and you see her hovering above, and you're like, oh no, I've been brought here, you know? You've been lost in the swamp for hours, and you've just slowly been seeing more and more and more. Witch kebabs. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's witch kebabs everywhere. But you know what I mean? Like, you can imagine that being a kind of a spooky thing. You just, maybe a couple of hours ago, when you didn't feel so lost in the swamp, you maybe saw one of these and you're like, oh, weird. And then you just keep noticing them. Keep noticing them more and more. And you're just like, oh, this is starting to feel a bit uneasy now. So I'm adding like stuff, similar stuff that's on, maybe on, you know, threads and stuff hanging from the trees that are then going towards the hut. And this is giving us, like, again, a little bit of like scale. If I use this one, for example, and it comes from the front and then it goes like right up to the hut, and like the stuff that's hanging on it is a bit more recognizable and larger, kind of here, you know, and then it's just getting like smaller and smaller in scale as it goes all the way up. It just gives an impression of size, stuff like that. It doesn't really have to be anything. Like, we sort of know what, you know, sticks and yarn and stuff like that, and bits of feathers and bone. We're just gonna sort of assume from our own like intuition about what this stuff is. It doesn't need to be super detailed or anything. But it does set the space and the mood a bit. You know, there'd just be all these bits hanging down everywhere. Like the place is littered with them. You know, and this also gives that impression of like she's been here for, you know, years and years and years and years to have acquired all of the bones and feathers and whatever else is hanging up, and to hang it all up and everything. Like she's been decorating the swamp for quite some time, so it just, again, it adds to like the eeriness of the place. It's like you're in somewhere that's very old, and it's very much like her domain, and you're lost here. And there's something about like the design language of the string, right? It's forming these like hanging arcs, so I can use that shape in lots of places to sort of show that that's happening. You know, it looks different in essence from the tree shapes and so on. It's like a much smoother curve, kind of like a spider webby. Yeah, in a way. It's just more like, I don't know. It's all to build a mood. And most of this stuff will just stay silhouette. Like I will drop a little bit of color variation into some of it in places. But for the most part, it's just going to be a silhouette, and the value is going to be determined by its depth in the image pretty much. So there might be a bit of a gradient in some of these ones. But yeah, it's really not going to be anything crazy. But yeah, I really like this idea. I'm just thinking sort of narrative wise, like if I've been walking here and I just slowly started to notice more and more of this stuff hanging up, just that sort of unease about the first one that you see, because it would seem really out of place, and then eventually you're just seeing more and more and more and more until it's like, you know, the swamp right now is like littered with it, and you just see like, oh my god, this would have taken so long, and like who's done it all and where's it all going, and then you find you're at the center, you know, you find you're at the center of it all, and it's already too late. You're already there, and you've been drawn here the whole time. So sick. I think this stuff is fun to think about while you're painting it. It's kind of what I think makes you end up doing like believable details. Is to try and like put yourself in the place and Daisy's just sent me a picture. She's like opened the oven and then it steamed up her glasses, and then all the carrots that she was roasting, she then dropped, and now our oven has got this like all the, all the carrots stuck between the door. Hang on, hold it. All the carrots like stuck between the door and the lid. Ruh-roh. Nice one. Well done, D. Well done, my love. I love that trope. Like the manipulation of space or of the mind that inevitably keeps leading you back to a place you didn't want to be. Oh yeah, she's still going to eat them. Don't you worry. Wild horses couldn't stop Daisy from eating those roast carrots. Yeah, it's like in the Blair Witch Project, in the third one, the third film, and it's like the forest itself kind of changes around people. You're not lost so much as you're being made lost. Yeah, maybe there's a few like longer bits that come out of the cabin itself. Just give it a slight bit more like aggressive design. A few more sort of spikier bits that come out of it. You know, maybe they've got stuff impaled on those. You know, they're like a shrike. Do you know what a shrike is? It's a bird, a hunting bird, but it doesn't have like, you know, super sharp talons or like a big beak or anything. So it actually impales its mice and stuff that it catches on really thorny bushes, and then it just eats them off of there, and it's called a shrike. And it's kind of quite cool. Yes, the murder bird. Yeah, and there's the sci-fi book Hyperion that has a sort of entity in it called the Shrike that's kind of this big sort of weird spiky thing that has loads of people impaled all over it, and that's where it gets its name. Hosier has a beautiful song inspired by Shrike. Oh, nice. Yeah, Hosier. Some good tracks. Very good tracks. The other part of this is adding detail density to our focal point, because the image has a very tight value range and it doesn't have like a big amount of swing in saturation and stuff like that, you can make it a little bit harder to see the focal point easily. But if by adding all these effigies and bit of crunchy detail and stuff to the hut itself, we effectively increase the detail density compared to the surroundings. So even though this has like some details to it, this has a lot more going on, and so it starts to draw the eye in just that extra bit more, which is helpful, outlining our focal point. As I've said before, you've got currency that you can spend to draw the eye to places, and if you want someone to look somewhere in particular, you need to spend enough currency to get them to look there. So we use all our sort of contrasts to do so. But if you're limiting those contrasts for the mood of the image, for example, like in this one, you need to still try and pull the eye. And so you have to be a bit cleverer about it. And in this sense, you can use detail density to pull the eye somewhere that otherwise you would be using like saturation and value and other contrasts to do so. So something I did want to try with this as well, which I thought would be kind of cool, also goes along with what I was saying before, is in some of these negative spaces. Let's see if we can do it this way. Select color range. Okay. I'll show you how I did that real quick, but I was just seeing I maybe wanted to add like a little bit of light on the inside of this. Why does this not change color? Stop being a prick. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to add a little bit of light on the inside of this potential to sort of show through. And this again is like how we draw a little bit more attention into this in a subtle way. So there's some kind of warmth. It could also add a little bit to that narrative of like you're lost in the swamp, right? And therefore you've been following this lighthouse in a way, and then when you get here, it's the witch's house. So yeah, quickly, this is a good way of selecting out certain things if they're very kind of crunchy like this. So I have this hut, right? And I want to select all of these dark spaces in here. I want to select all of these dark spaces, and it's not so easy to do so. So what I do is I've just copied and pasted the hut and put it on top, and then I use the curves adjustment, so this adjustment, and basically I pull the value range apart. So I could do it again. Just duplicate that layer. Okay, I've got it like this. I open up curves. I'm going to pull the darks darker so they're nice and black, like this. And then I'm going to pull all the lights up. Oh, hang on, I'm on the wrong one. No, I'm not. What is going on here? Have I got something else selected? Okay, yeah. So the dark's darker and the light's lighter, like this. Get really decent contrast on the hut. And then if I go to select, I can select color range. And if I wanted to select like this blue, I just click on that and it selects everything that has that color in it, right? And it fades off if you have a gradient like it does here. So if I want the darks, I can select this, and it's selected all of those darks. I hit OK. Then I'm just going to hide that selection with a Control H. I turn this layer off. So now I have the selection of those darks, and I just then paint in that selection, and that is really nice way to get this selection out of this, and it's just quite sort of naturalistic, I guess. Very good for painting this internal light in here in an interesting way. So we'll get rid of that. Just a little tip. It's very good. You can use it to get your selections. I use it all the time. Would the effigies have any light on them as well? I mean, the effigies are outside, aren't they? The effigies are outside of the hut, so no. The thing about light sources like this as well, like this light source is inside the hut, right? Which basically, for fuck's sake, this light source is inside the hut. We're only seeing a little bit of it poking through from the outside. The main lighting in this piece is like a very, very overcast, diffused light from the sky, which is basically going to overpower everything. You have to sort of pick a hierarchy with lighting in an image, and you don't want to be lighting like everything with the same intensity. You got to understand that you really want to pick one light to be your strongest, and that's going to basically kill all of the other lighting to a certain degree. So there's not going to be like light that comes out of here so much and hits these in a way that really makes sense, you know. Their silhouettes against the frame itself is kind of going to be enough here to sell them. Like I can get rid of some of this so we see these ones again a little better. I guess my question was more so, would they be producing light? Like, would they have any lanterns or anything, or just sticks? Oh yeah. I guess we could have that. I don't know how it would work exactly. No, these could be on, have a little flame on the top, or something. Yeah, that is a possibility. Me manually using the lasso for the last 15 minutes and watching this like, yeah. If you can, it's harder when it's subtle values like this. That's why I had to do that to it essentially. But yeah, if you can even just take a flat version of it. Let's say I wanted to select the entire sky, right, with all the sky holes. Right? You're like, oh shit, that'd be quite hard, right? Again, you can take the whole image and make like a boosted contrast version of it. You know, something like this. And then select color range, select that blue. Okay. Turn this off. And again, I'll hide the selection. But say you were working from a reference image and you wanted to do this, like you're not just working on your painting because you'd have the layers, right? But you know, this gives you that selection that you can go back in and do stuff with it later on. That maybe you want to do it over the top for like a grading thing. You want to like change a little bit of the color, put something more graphic in. You can do that later by using select the color range and get your selections that way. Obviously you can also invert those selections too. So you can get the negative space, but if you want the trees, you can just do the reverse and get it. Callous Jack, yes, this will go up on YouTube as soon as the stream is over. So you can watch back anything that you missed. Very nice. Yes, indeed, dude. I got you, homies. Okay. And we've still not painted inside any of the shapes yet, which is great. Mono. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, so there's still a fair amount of like painting inside some of these shapes and like a bit of subtle lighting on the tree. You see like the hut has a bit of soft lighting that comes in from the top, you know, on these trees, for example. I'd want to go in with a bit of a brush and kind of pick out pick out some top surfaces, on some of these. I'm just doing it real rough now to show you, but this is what I'll sort of come back and do on the next stream, is like paint inside some of the shapes and give them a bit of form. Some nice bits of texture here and there. A bit of value, and ambient occlusion to sort of show off the form of these trees a bit, because they're essentially flat silhouettes right now, but they will get a bit of attention to them, so they're like a bit more like this, right? And then obviously we have our separation layers that I will also work into some more to help pull it all together. So yeah, we'll paint inside the shapes, we'll do that. We'll work a little bit more on the effigies. Like some of these need to pick up the light a little bit, so like this bit, get a subtle bit of light on the top that connects it to the roof. We'll give some of these a bit of form, maybe even illustrate a little bit the skull shapes. We could figure out a cool pose for the witch and what she's doing up there. And then, yeah, we can get into like some final grading on the piece where we can crush the valleys down a bit more, kind of vignette it a little bit more spooky, and then there'll be a nice, I'll show you how to finish it out with some nice noise as well. So kind of a nice way to introduce noise into a piece that I'll show you at the end. But yeah, you see how this kind of crushes the value range down even more. Like I'll do this at the end basically and really like spooky it up some more, but quite contrasty here, but the intention with the end is going to be to do something like this, which is very sort of cinematic, right? That sort of film grain haze. That would go into something like this and just make it even more spooky and interesting. That subtle orange in there. But yeah, it should be cool. – 3 hours 40 in the YouTube playback. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's where it'll be. But I mean, how long have we got left today? Not long. Yeah, as you can see, it's like it's a very quick method of like building up a piece with different techniques. We have a little bit of 3D just for the hut. We use a brush with jitter to give us this very subtle texture within the trees, which really gives us something that feels three-dimensional from the start. So we built up the composition with those tree shapes. Oh, come on, this is driving me nuts. There we go. Then we use the custom shape tool. Use the custom shape tool to introduce the foliage shapes in the trees and build up the sort of swamp shapes in the ground. And then we're sort of set dressing again with like a noisy brush to introduce some of these effigy shapes and stuff like that. And so what I will be doing tomorrow is continuing on with these kind of effigy shapes, introducing a bit of lighting into them, doing something similar with the trees, adding a bit of soft top light to them to give them a bit of form and really just elevate them from being a silhouette to something a little more substantiated. And then I want to do a lot of, imagine like this grasses and stuff that's kind of sticking up through the swamp, and kind of soften off, I guess. You see how these transitions are really hard right now, but imagine like foliage and stuff that softens that off. These trees in the foreground, are going to have a little bit more detail when it comes to like mushrooms and all that kind of growth on it. A bit of texture on there as well, just to give it a bit of tooth. And then we'll work on the witch basically, and like the pose of the witch, how that's going to work to sort of finish the piece off up there. And then lastly, we'll get into grading and just like how to finish the piece off, and give it that real sort of cinematic feeling to it. We'll do some very subtle blurs. We'll do a little bit of messing around with the values of the image itself with the curves. And we'll try a few other little tips and tricks that I can show you. And then at the very end, I'll show you how to put on a very nice like film grain kind of noise over the image that's going to just break up some of these harder edges even more. But overall, I think it's definitely heading in the direction that I wanted for this particular one. It's going to be quite a quick one. I reckon we can finish it tomorrow, on tomorrow's stream. And then on Thursday's stream, we're going to be doing all the paint overs and critiques for people. So let me just show you very quickly where to go to do that. You can see there's already stuff here. So on my Discord, which is linked on the about section of the Twitch page, if you click on that, you will get to the Discord. Pardon me. When you arrive at the Discord, you'll hit this, the general page for Heath's house. If you go to Critical Thinking Crits LOL channel, you can see here we've already got a couple in here. If you want a critique on Thursday and you want me to paint over your image and try and figure out, the problems you're having with it, then drop an image in here, and just tell me, what did I say in here? Explain the intention and the narrative behind the image. Also tell me what you are struggling with or need help with. And just bear in mind that I'm an illustrator, so illustrations are better than concept art when it comes to crits from me. But I could still look at both. So submit one image, and like I said, I will go through them on Thursday. So we've got 2 here already. I also have 2 from my mentoring Discord. So we've got 4. There's definitely space for some more on Thursday's stream. And basically, I'm just going to do 4 hours of critiques and paint overs for you. And if there are any questions in that stream as well, I will answer those as they come up. So it should be good. We'll get through a lot of stuff, and it should be a very good learning stream for everybody. So, all right then. So that's brought us up to the 4-hour mark. So that's where I'm going to leave the stream for today. Thanks very much for tuning in. It's been really fun. Images coming on really nicely. You can watch it back on YouTube. It will be there as soon as this stream is over. It will upload itself there. So get in there. And enjoy. Take care, everyone. And I will see you same time tomorrow.